name is Jeffrey Nkuna. I'm from Penn South African Language Board. I'll be your program director. Before I follow all the formalities, can you please start with our national anthem? Can you please all rise for the national anthem? Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny, our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun, flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and join together to give the best we have to Africa's the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Così si elei Africa, manukadani supomolayo, Israelitana soyetu, Così si elera, Tina saumayo, Murena moluka se chavasa Yesu, Ufelice tempoare la sueñe, si chavasa, Yesu, si chavasa, South Africa, South Africa, sounds the call to come together and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Sit down. Once more, thank you very much. I wish to greet everyone in this hall. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of the, in absentia, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Pan-South African Language Board, Mr. Julius Dantile, the Deputy Director General of Transformation and Program at the Department of Basic Education, Dr. Naledi Mbude Mehane, directors of all entities and enterprises, heads of language units, our esteemed guests and all language practitioners, representatives from various institutions. And just to be very safe, I'm just going to say those I've missed, protocol is hereby observed. And you are all hereby acknowledged, and we trust that we're going to have a very fruitful day today. You are all aware that this is just a continuation of what we have had previously, and my duties are very, very straightforward. I'm not going to engage in a number of things here, but suffice to state that today it's a continuation. But during the process, of course, we've got a program here. We intend following this program up to the end. Before I go further, I also want to acknowledge the fact that previously we had engagement on this IOLA. So as I've said, it's continuation. We intend proceeding along those lines. But I'm going to give this opportunity to Advocate Benedict Mukobedi from JCAS. Before you come and explain that here, I'm going to hereby request our Chief Director, Mr. Zakombrik, to come and welcome us, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. I'm going to stand on the protocols that have already been indicated. I don't think there's anyone, maybe also to include among that the Acting Head of Languages from Pan-South, Dr. Mayepa. But I mean, the rest have already been acknowledged, as well as the language units within national government departments, state enterprises, and also national entities. So it's my honor to welcome you today for this second series of consultations, the second set of consultative meetings on the use of official languages amendment bill. We really appreciate your continued participation and the time you have committed to this important process. We know that we did have a few hiccups in planning this event, and that's why we moved it to a day later. But I think the fact that there is still a presence, your presence demonstrates our shared commitment to strengthening the legislative frameworks that advance language policy in our country. Our job is a simple one, although it may not be straightforward, but we really need to further provide inputs and receive inputs from key stakeholders to deepen the discussions that we began with, to work towards greater alignment and consensus on the proposed amendments. But this session also allows us to bring to the fore any outstanding issues in a focused and collaborative manner. You know, we hold this session during what has become known as Africa Month. And I wanted to quote from the words of Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who spoke yesterday at a commemoration of, I think, 20 years of the African World Heritage Fund. And he said as follows: as we observe Africa Month and commemorate the founding of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, we are reminded of a defining moment in our continent's history, one that affirmed Africa's commitment to unity, self-determination, and shared progress. It is in this enduring spirit that we also gather here today to reflect not only on how far we have come, but also on the responsibility we carry to preserve and promote Africa's rich and diverse heritage." Unquote. And I think it's important for us as the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture to recognize that it's not just about heritage as we know it, that languages are part of this diverse heritage. It's part of our linguistic heritage. Over the years, we've had a series of speakers, both from South Africa and abroad, that have addressed us during this month on matters of African unity. And the overwhelming majority of these speeches, talks, lectures have spoken to the importance of African languages. Some of you would know we're speaking about the likes of the late Prof. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka. I think we had the daughter of Frantz Fanon, among others. Our own, the late Professor Mushe Nkondo, and all of them have really spoken to the importance of African languages and that Africa will not be free until it speaks its own languages in all possible ways, on the political front, on the economic front, social and cultural front. Hence the whole notion as well of decolonizing the mind, decoloniality and so forth. So your presence here today really reflects your commitment and dedication to the promotion and development of our official languages in particular, but also African languages in general. Following the first consultation in March, we have also co-hosted a national summit towards a national action plan on our languages. This has opened the road for even more collaboration and for unified positions on language that will influence the South African language landscape as a whole. The current review and amendments to the legislation under discussion are also key to the success of this national project. Through your collective efforts, we have made noteworthy progress. I'm assuming that Advocate Mokubedi will take us through where we left off, but I'm aware that some commissions have already advanced their work from pages 1 to 17. Others have reached up to page 29, I think, of the 36-page draft bill. This is a solid achievement, and it also brings us closer at hand to completing our work. Your insights, experiences, and expertise remain critical so that we can ensure that we are responsive to the diverse needs of communities and sectors that we are intended to serve. Legislation of this nature is strengthened through dialogue, and we hope that by bringing stakeholders together to engage on the Act, we will continue to create a platform that shapes more effective and responsive policy outcomes. I would encourage that our discussions be open, constructive, solution-oriented, so that the bill itself will reflect sound policy, good governance, and the collective aspirations of all stakeholders. As with any situation of this kind, I think there may well even be negotiations. So part of what we do is also to negotiate amongst ourselves on what the final bill should look like. Sometimes you can't please all the people all the time. You can only please some most of the time. but to get as far as we can, really, so that we serve South Africa better. That is the intention. So I want to thank you all, look forward to productive deliberations, and happy Africa Month. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Ms. Combrink. I think maybe let me start by saying that by way of introduction and background, I'm working for Pan South African Language Board. I'm in an institution which has got responsibility, statutory responsibility and constitutional obligations to monitor promotion of multilingualism, among other things. So I'll be failing in my duties not to emphasize the fact that this constitutional body, among other things, has got a responsibility to monitor compliance with the current legislative framework of use of official languages. So I'm in a better position as an employee of that institution to be able to identify the gaps and to see some of the challenges in the legislative framework. So having said that, I think it's also critical that the participants today seriously consider that this piece of legislation is so critical in promotion of multilingualism. We know the challenges we are facing in our country, so it's very important that we are going to use this time critically, without fear or favor. No one will be blamed or, criticized for participating. So participation is going to be very critical. Having said that, let me also announce that you are also advised that you are live on a number of platforms, or we are in YouTube, we are in Facebook and Twitter. You just go to GCAS and you'll be able to connect. And another thing is that the password here for a Wi-Fi is Pretoria, small letters, Pretoria in small letters. Having said that, since we've been welcomed by the Chief Director and we've been given the way forward, the way ahead, it's very important now we go to the gist of the matter, whereby our esteemed representative from Legal Services will explain the way forward for the 3 days, because we are all expected to be with us for the next 3 days. Let me take this opportunity to call upon Advocate Benedict Mokobedi to come and explain the processes from here on. Thank you.
The program director wants to expose my challenges that some of us are vertically challenged. So I'll have a bone to pick with you later on. Good morning. Ashe Legai. It gives me great pleasure to be standing before you once again. My name, for those who don't know, it's still Benedict Mukubedi. I've been tasked with advising as to the way forward. Basically what we're going to be undertaking in the next 3 days or so. But maybe before I do that, let me first check by show of hands whom amongst you are returning for the second time, just to see if whether we have new people in our midst. Maybe that may warrant a recap of the overview presentation or not, noting that we are late. But by show of hands, can I see those of us who are coming here for the second time? Oh, basically it's the whole house. Thank you. That then makes my job easier in that then I won't have to do that particular presentation. It's impressive the way you are championing your space. Just this morning, I got a call. I'm tasked with a number of pieces of legislation that one is doing. And one of those would be geographical names council bill that we are amending. it closed on the 6th of April. And today I get a call and somebody is saying, we've omitted to insert this or that. Can we submit inputs to yourselves? Which sort of derailed the process. So by virtue of you guys being here, please be here, be attentive, and participate. But by the review of the work that has already been submitted, it seems as if I need not worry about that particular aspect. Post today, post the 3 days rather, there will be a presentation that will be made as to where to from here, and also to advise those other colleagues that may not be here, when will they be afforded an opportunity to make input. So basically, today is not the be it and all. It's just that this one is catered only for your good self as the relevant stakeholders. We will also still open the channels for the public to also input, and even therein, you'll still be afforded an opportunity to opine. Now, we are government that listens and adhered to the people's wishes. The last time we were here, in as much as there have been advancements into the document, you pleaded that the 2 days allocated was not sufficient. Hence, we sought to provide you with an extra 3 days. Now, even though work has been done and has been done to a particular advancement, what we request is that when you get into the commissions, so that there's complicity, can you start wherein you've ended? And then once you've concluded, then you can rendezvous back just to make sure that you tick all the I's and the T's, whatever the saying goes. But you do that. But we plead that you start from wherein you've ended. I also trust that the colleagues who are here still remember which commissions you were in, right? For those that don't remember, I'm sure there'll be colleagues in our midst that will aid. I've also today, I'm with my other 2 colleagues. The one colleague that I was with last time, unfortunately, has gone to greener pastures. I don't know whether it's a reflection of myself as a mentor, a good mentor or a bad mentor, but I would not advocate on such. But I've got the 2 other colleagues that will be helping me with doing the rounds and assuring that we aid where we can. But again, I must also emphasize this particular position that we developed the document that you're consulting on. And in order to avoid channeling the discussions, we will not be participating in the discussions therein. However, any issue of legalese, those ones we will be able to clarify you on. Basically, you guys can go about town, you can take a position, you can take multiple particular positions on a particular provision. Nothing bars you from that particular conduct. Right. So again, I think we're running slightly late, so allow me as well not to take much of your time. I think we will dispense it to the particular commissions. We'll have tea breaks. Is it 11 already? In terms, or am I missing the? I'm trying to see where we are at on the program. Yeah, I think we're supposed to have tea between 11 up until 11:15. Is that correct? Okay. But it's fine. It's fine. It's better to be ahead than behind. So maybe the other time we'll be using it to ensure that colleagues go into their respective commissions. So can we then, without further ado, okay, maybe before then, I see there's one hand and another. Maybe let me take this particular opportunity to then take those particular hands and before we adjourn for tea break and the commissions. I have one hand here and the other one here. Is there another hand as well? I'll use the 2 hands for now. And, yes, yes, ma'am. So we're done.
I don't think it is wise to call people and assume that we always make this steps. I think the first question about maybe what we have to say So I think that it's important that all of us are brought on board in terms of what happened in last session, in the presentation. If it's 10 minutes, we can leave 10 minutes. Otherwise, there's no point. Thanks.
Noted, noted. Yes, sir.
No, thank you, Chair. The first speaker has actually encompassed what I had in mind. There's no two way about it, Chair. You need to recap. You need to do that presentation for the benefit of those who were here and those who were not there. Secondly, it's very important that you also remind the colleagues of the commissions. How many commissions did we have? Who is heading those commissions? And everything. We are relying on you. It was a long time, and some of us are really involved in so many other things. So we depend on you as the organizer here. Recap. Let's not do any shortcuts here. Recap. And after the recap, if there's any clarity, give us that. But after that, announce the commissions. Remind people who are heading those commissions. And as we do the breakaways, there is clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Noted. Any other questions? Clearly, the House prefers that I keep talking. No objections with that. No objections with that. It's just that maybe with my eyesight failing me, I thought 90% of the people had their hands raised, but I guess it's one of those situations where we leave no one behind. Unfortunately, we still have that few minutes, and I think the presentation is not really that long. We'll go through that. Thank you for that advisement as well. We'll adhere to that. So we'll do the presentation. IT people, if maybe they can aid to fly the presentation, would that be a challenge? I think it would also be convenient if what I speak to is also reflected on the projector there. If I can be aided with that, please. Yeah. If I can just have 5 minutes to have that presentation to. Last time, yes. Mr. Ngidi, are we being aided with that? It's the same presentation that was sent last time. If you don't have it, somebody with a stick can come and get it from me. I have it here. It's very hot. Oh, was I think joined, I thought there would be a lot of pushback because, you know, you're dealing with language people and legal people. We also are very jealous of our space. Sometimes there's this, what you call, communication constraints. Sometimes you send documents to the language unit to translate. They come back, they've changed everything. And when it comes back to you, you are like, but this now is subject to multiple interpretation. It will cause problems. So what I'm trying to say is that it is imperative, these particular functions that we are conducting, so that we can also have a synergy between all the relevant stakeholders. This reminds me as well of an incident I had when I was still practicing. Those who were in the summit would remember I too. For example, I was fairly new in my career, and I was based in rural KZN at Matatene. Now here comes a accused person who is saying that the reason he beat up the neighbor was because the neighbor started first. Now he's narrating all this story in Zulu. He comes to me, he says, no, those who don't know, and like myself at the time, I didn't know, I figured Iqingo is a landline. It's a landline, only to find out that it's actually a fence. So when he says Bengsekungweni, and then my neighbor Wangshang is Bagela, to my mind, the neighbor hit him with a bucket, right? And I'm thinking, but if you're using a landline, you should be inside the house. How could the neighbor manage to punch you in the face? You know? So it then also later on in my life as well, you'd find that maybe victims will go and lay a charge at the police station, and they will narrate the event. Are we ready? Then to be continued for those who would be interested. No. I'm more than willing to complete the story. My consultation hours are 9 to 4. My rates are, Haibo, do you want to hear the story or not? Okay, colleagues, you bear with me with regard to the what you call, the dates. This is the presentation that was done the last time we were here. And we'd all agree that the purpose of this is to strengthen South Africa's future, isn't it? So the proposed amendments intends to enhance enforcement, inclusivity, and as well as constitutional compliance. Okay, let's. Next, it's the green one. It's the green one, right? Thank you. We know 2023. The Constitution of the Republic recognized sign language as the 12th official language. Now, to amend pieces of legislation, it's a very prescriptive period codified in the Constitution. You cannot skip particular stages. Some of those stages include stakeholder consultations and the public consultations as well. Now, we thought this would be an opportunity to actually also not only include sign language into the EOLA, but also plug the gaps that are existing in the piece of the said legislation. Now, a review has indicated that there's actually 35 to 43% compliance with the EOLA. That should definitely be a concern, right? By compliance, we mean by national entities and national enterprises. I'm not going to speak about the other spheres of government and obviously some of these issues you guys would have picked up in the commissions and whatnot, but those who were not there, when they go into the commission, I'm sure they'll also speak to whether that is warranted or not, whether EOLA should be applicable only at national level or also other spheres of government or entities. So again, as I've stated, the sign language has been recognized as the 12th official language. Currently, the Act prescribes a minimum of 3 languages, which often leads to tokenistic implementation. Persistent barriers is that in terms of PENSALP reveals that English remains the dominant mode of compliance and inadequate sign language integration. Now, you remember about the story wherein I just narrated, wherein I had to consult with a Zulu speaking and there was a language barrier. How much so would have been the damage had the person been warranted somebody who's conversant with sign language thing? Okay, I thought I lost the... I'm still audible, right? Oh, okay, no, thank you. So yes. The core objectives, we're trying to reimagine Section 2 of the Act by ensuring that there's enforcement as well as accountability. Section 2, well, in the bill it's called a clause, introduces measurable targets, reporting obligations, as well as sanctions for non-compliance with counter-superficial adherence. We were also attempting to redress advancement, which means practical measures to elevate indigenous language of historically demolished status as per Section 2, Section 6, subsection 2 of the Constitution. You remember that the Constitution says that whenever possible, these other indigenous languages must be promoted, though not as yet been recognized as official languages. We also would endeavor to have inclusive access. Already we've spoken about barrier-free services for sign language and accessible finance, ensuring participation by all citizens. Public participation as well, mechanism for oversight, public input in policy development, and regular effective reviews. Again, this particular process speaks to public participation. Also, we are endeavoring to expand application, meaning voluntary alignment across all spheres, while maintaining national focus. Amendments encourage municipality to voluntarily adopt EOLA principle through agreements, shared resources, and best practices. Again, others might advocate that municipalities should not be encouraged, but rather be mandated. That's one of the discussions within the commissions you guys can deliberate on and provide instructions on. Transforming language policy requirements. Again, I've already spoken of the fact that the Act, as it currently sits, it mandates for a minimum of 3 languages by the public entities. We endeavor to increase that particular target, as well as include sign language, to include that, to increase that target from 3 to 7. In the unit, you know, we take instructions as legal officials and we act upon those particular instructions, but that does not absolve us of an opportunity to guide. When one has been in the space of legislative development, the challenge that one really comes across more often than not is the issue of budget. We don't want to admit it, but when we table this particular piece of a bill, with respect to our honorable parliamentarians, some of them might not read it or might not read it to understand it, and some of them, the parameter for them is how much will it cost? This would mean how much will it cost government to implement, as well as the compliance with it. So also from your sector, the other debate that may come from your own sector would be 7. How's the 7 chosen? Why not 12? So those are the debates that we're hoping that you will debate on and then come up with instructions. I'm not saying you shouldn't advocate for 12. I'm just saying that you must be mindful that this piece of bill is not operating in isolation. It has to align with the NDP and of government priorities. We have a national language unit. The endeavor is to empower that particular unit through a piece of legislation. Also, when you go through the piece of bill, you'll realize that there's a migration of power from that of the department to that of PENSAP, meaning we want to ensure that there's a ring-fence budget, dedicated staff with sign language expertise, technological resources, and enhanced autonomy for proactive functioning. And the department units to have also mandatory resource plans, qualified reporting to senior management, and protocol for capacity building. We're living in a 4IR period wherein digital language tools, translation software, accessible technologies, as well as human language technologies for effective service delivery are definitely warranted. We want to expand the functions from just advisory to action. So a strategic advice language unit to develop policy, as well as active monitoring, compliance resolution, formalized investigation, time with the department unit as well as PENSAP, to also have a coordination of all these processes, which will result in capacity building, best practices, as well as intergovernmental cooperation. As I've stated, the bill endeavors to have that paradigm shift from to have PENSAP being the one that takes the lead. PENSAP will also issue the standardized templates with measurable indicators, detailed data on sign language accommodation, and redress progress. Resource constraints as well as capacity gaps will also be identified by PENSAP. PENSAP will be given the power to issue written directive for remedial action, recommend budget, reallocation, and report persistent non-compliant to Parliament. This would speak to, for example, where these national entities or enterprises are not complying with whatever positions the bill would have taken. If, for example, if public entities would be warranted to have 7 or 12 policies, and if they don't comply, what will be what you call the penalties for such? Because what we've then identified in the bill was that in as much as it prescribes certain deliverables, it lacked enforcement mechanisms, and this is one of the holes that we are endeavoring to plug. Intergovernmental coordination and exemptions. As I've spoken, the bill, the act as it sits currently, it only regulate national department entities as well as enterprises. There has been some sectors, as I've opined previously, to say that there's a support for inclusivity of provincial department as well as local, as well as at local level, right? But then also the bill also provides mechanisms wherein if these entities or organs of states are non, if for example they're of the view that because the act says by the time it is promulgated, these provisions needs to be implemented by the organs of state. Now, an organ of state will also be afforded an opportunity to apply for an exemption for a particular period whilst they also get their house in order. So basically, the bill also provides, or not provides, affords these particular entities a transitional period rather, but obviously with prescribed periods. The implementation roadmap, basically basically this speaks to the period within which it will take us to have this particular bill assented to by the President and proclaimed into law and into law. Now, usually, if we say that same has been done diligently without any hiccups, you are looking at a minimum of 3 years. You're looking at minimum of 3 years. This would stems from not even policy. This will stem from when policy has been developed and legal services is provided with a policy, and then they draft a bill for consulting on. Obviously, in this instance, we don't have a policy, but we're relying on the Constitution. So once we have that particular process, we'll do the bill, we'll do this consultation, we'll do the public consultation, we'll liaise with our relevant stakeholders, your chief state law advisors, who look at over and above what one would have crafted, the legalese aspect of it. I don't know why they have Oxlade there. They're trying to say maybe I'm inadequate. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's a set processes, so we look into that as well. But I'm going to provide more detail at the tail end of this particular session, which will also advise you as to when to look out for the gazette of the bill. Okay. Oops. Then that concludes my presentation or recap of the presentation that was done. I am also tempted to take questions on the presentation, right? But again, with experience, usually when one's open questions, you find that colleagues then delve into the bill itself. And that job should be rather be done in the commission, so that the questions, the what you call, the submissions will also be integrated. And I'm of the school of believing in that you are the content specialist. So when you pose a question, you would also have a proposal to your question. Say for when it is a legal question, then therein myself and the two colleagues there will be able to aid. And also maybe let me rather not take questions. I'm not dictating. Is that agreed? And I'm not saying go home with your questions. I'm saying pack them, put them in the commissions, and then if you can't find each other, when we come back to report, then one will be able to fill questions therein. Is that can we take that as a resolution? Silence means consent. Thank you. Now, the second part, I like to believe that my laptop is still connected to the screen. If you could, please, so that we can go into the comment capturing document, so that colleagues can recap as to what is it that is expected of them in the commissions. Can I? Oh, we don't have it. It's fine, but let me first check. Does everybody have this document? It would be titled National Consultative Workshop on the Draft Usage of Official Languages Act 2026, right? The one with the orange bit on top with about 4 columns. Do you all have it? Is it? No, it's this one. Where's that guy now? We good? Where's that guy? Maybe those who don't have can raise their hands. I see they're issuing hard copies as well. Maybe you can raise your hand and then Mr. Ngidi will make his way to you. Somebody can have my copy. Be reminded that, well, the first column, the one that's written set, it's basically the sections. But the second column, it's basically a copy and paste of the EOLA as it is. So it's a copy and paste, right? So when you do your input, you don't necessarily have to download or yank out somewhere your copy of the act. The act is as it is there. Now, the second column basically is our proposed amendment, right? So, for example, you will see on the screen in the Act, department is defined as the National Department of Arts and Culture. The revised proposal is the department means the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. You'll notice therein that the difference now is the insertion of sport. Are we together? So now, in your commission, you could go, no, we don't deal with sports. Sports should not be here. We advocate that it be removed and we add recreation. I'm just giving you an absurd example. Or you would say we prefer it as it was prior to the proposed amendment. That particular proposal, you will then insert it on the fourth column. That fourth column is wherein you'll be capturing your proposed what you call viewpoints. The last column is wherein you will advance the reasons why you proposed that particular amendment. Are we together? Last time I told you that the exercise that you'll be embarking on is basically that of the legislature. So when you are sitting there, you are legislatures. Don't be too finicky about the language and whatnot. That we will deal with it. What I'm mostly interested in is the inputs. They don't have to be in legalese or whatnot. As long as they are coherent and make sense, then we are fine. You will remember, using the very same example of the department, you will see that sports is underlined. Every time you see an underlining, it means it's a new insertion. It means it wasn't there in the principal act or the original act. Now, if you go further down under the definition of language unit, you'll find that when you go to the next column, there's no proposed amendment, right? It means as legal drafters, we're of the view that this is fine, but we are not the alpha and the omega. You guys sitting there may still say no, but this definition warrants particular tweaking or it's absolute. It's no longer necessary. We prefer that it be repealed. You have the right to make such proposals. Then if you go further down to the definition of a minister, you will see that the minister is defined as the minister responsible for language matters. That is in the Principal Act. If you go to the next column, it reads as follows. The minister means the minister responsible. Then you have square bracket, bolded words. Do you see them? Every time you see a square bracket, bolded words, it then means it is an omission. It's a proposed deletion. Are we together? Solid line, insertion. Bolded square bracket, deletions. And that deletion is replaced with a solid line, so therefore it will be, the proposal is the minister responsible for arts and culture and no longer responsible for language matters. This should be easy peasy. Understood? Now you know why you pay top dollars for the lawyers. It's just wordplay. I got it very jealously. No. So, but we are together, right? So, when we go, sorry, I thought there was a hand or something. I beg your? No. Don't worry. Our office hours and address will be flighted as well. We together, right? So, when we go to the respective commissions, colleagues, you will use one template. Hopefully there's a projector and everything, and there will be a scriber there. Definitely there will be a scriber. For those that don't have a chairperson, in the commission, it is requested that you also have chairperson just to direct the discussions, to keep order, to keep to time. So you'll have a chairperson that will regulate the proceedings. You'll have a scriber that will be capturing the comments. We'll provide you with the scriber, the laptop, and so forth. Right. And you'll be using this particular template that will be provided for. The hard copies, those who prefer hard copies will still be provided. But please, colleagues, as you saw when I said raise your hands, I had problems with eyesight. So I will not be taking handwritten notes, right? So whatever you have, even if you've written it on your notepad or whatever, make sure that it's given to the scriber to reduce to soft copy. Understood? Now, maybe before I step off, allow me to offer you an opportunity now to ask questions, clarifications, or anything of the sort. Any hands? Oh, okay, yes, ma'am. Noted, you was just going to come to that part as well. Okay, the last time when we demarcated into these groups, we used 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And I don't think we should rather do that, right? Let's rather let, it's a proposal. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I would propose that those that were here before can go into their respective commissions. And those that were not here will then be plugged into the different commissions. How's that particular proposal? Thumbs up, okay? Okay, I think we are clear on that one, right? I see we're still good on time. Can we pause on that tea break so that everybody, when they go to tea break, when they come back from tea break, they'll know which commission they are from. Yes, sir, I recognize you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I just wanted to request you to provide us some guidelines as to how the previous commissions were formed, so that at least we know which ones to join. That could also help us.
I thought I mentioned that, but it's fine. It wasn't from where you're from. We just used a simple 1, 2, 3, 4. And then from those numbers, they were allocated the respective commissions. You still have a puzzlement on your face. Like, for example, we didn't say those who are from the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture will go to Commission 1. Those who are from Technology or PENSAP will go to... No, we didn't use that particular format. We just said we're sitting as we are now, and we went 1, 2, 3, 4. If you were number 1, then you went to Commission 1. If you fell on number 2, then you went to Commission 2. Hence, I'm saying those who are here, and since they are the majority, they will go into those particular commissions. Because, and the other thing, Sam, which I think maybe that's why you are posing your question, it's not that a particular commission will deal with Section 2 only, and then the other ones will deal with Section 15. All the commissions have the same work to do from A to Z. Now I see that your face is now. You see, I might not be good at sign language, but poker reading faces, number 1. Yes. Any other questions or clarifications? Are we good? So now I'm thinking, colleagues that were here before, you still remember the commissions which you were at, right? No, you don't even remember the number of the commission that you... Is it? And here I am, I remember you. Okay, we're gonna have a challenge. Colleagues, let's not be embarrassed and be open. If you don't remember it, yeah. I think those who don't remember which commissions they belong into, can they also remain here? Then afterwards we'll do the rounds with them to see who their chairperson. Yes. Colleagues, can we have order? I'm almost done. I know but I'm almost done.
Thanks, Advo. Colleagues, I think maybe we can make it simple like this. If maybe I know I was with Mem Kolile, I can just ask the members that I was with in that commission to say which commission, just remind me. I think that's the best way, because I can see Mem, I was with her. So if I don't understand, I don't know, I don't remember, I can just go to her to say which commission we were at, something like that. I think it's...
Wait. Okay. Wait. Can we not all speak at the same time? Can we all not speak at the same time, please? Can we still have an order, please?
Chair, if I can help.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Let me just carry on with my duties. And assist. Thank you for your assistance. Colleagues, I think what is also important, maybe let me just remind you, when we amend a legislation, keep in mind that 1, there's a need. Number 2, amendment means either omission or addition. So when you go to your group, keep that in your mind. There may be certain things which you think should be added. You still have that opportunity to do that. Secondly, I was really concerned. Keep this in mind again, that we have seen the level of compliance. It's actually worrying. Bearing in mind that this is a constitutional obligation, which means adopt at least 2 languages. Now the Act says 3 languages, but there's still no compliance. So I also want to remind you that when you look at the provisions, the Act normally provides for the provisions, and there's normally what we call sanctions in number of acts. So in this Act, if you don't comply, if there's no compliance, nothing. There's nothing. So it seems like a voluntary action. So you need to keep that in mind, how to deal with those kind of things. So I'm saying this from a point of view because constitutionally, The Constitution says that an obligation to promote multilingualism, parity of esteem. When you promote parity of esteem, it means there must be some form of enforcement to make sure that there's that compliance. Having said that, in the interest of time, here are the groups. We had 4 groups. I'll give you the name of the venues and the name of the chairpersons. Commission 1 was at Madiba 1. The chairperson was Ms. Changase. Commission 2 was Robben Island. Dr. Ferris was the coordinator of the commission. Commission 3 was at Main Hall here. The coordinator was Mr. Ntlakane. The 4th group next to the pool room, the coordinator was Ms. L. Koza. So we've got all the coordinators. So what I'm going to suggest further is that now is that clarified? I said there was, okay. We are now moving to the next level, which will be tea and breaking to the groups. So I think in the interest of time, because lunch was supposed to be at 1 o'clock, and tea was supposed to be at 11. It's quarter to 11. So maybe we break for tea for the next 15 minutes, and immediately after that tea, you go to your commissions, and please come back exactly back to this venue at 1 o'clock. At 2 o'clock after lunch. So at 2 o'clock, we're going to have another presentation from Mr. Dantile, who is the acting CEO of Pan South African Language Board. I hope everything is clarified. So, colleagues, I think it's very important that we need to engage and interrogate the document. There's no limitation. All what is very important is to make sure that this time you use the opportunity to make sure that this act, where you have identified, because as language practitioners and experts, you all know where the gaps are. You are all aware of the gaps. All what we need to do today is to give submissions and substantive submission. Nobody is going to criticize you. All that's what we need. We're looking forward for that. Are there any other questions of clarity? Everybody happy? Can we now proceed? Let me repeat. The coordinators, Commission 1 is Madiba, venue is Madiba. The coordinator is Mr. Changase. The second, group 2 is Robben number 1. The coordinator is Dr. Ferris. The group 3 is the main hall here. The coordinator is Mr. Ntlakane or Ntlakuna. Ntlakane. Okay. Group 4, next to the pool, Miss L or Mr. Koza. It's both, I can't raise their hands here, but it's L Koza. Everybody happy? I'm happy if you're happy. Then we can now proceed to a different tea, and thereafter to our groups. Please be back here at exactly 2 o'clock. Thank you.